And happy Friday. Tapping into a nice ice cold LaCroix because it's about 95 degrees outside here in Colorado right now. We are obviously at the shop. We have no AC in here. I do have a little portable swamp cooler over here, which is definitely a lifesaver. So if you see my hair blowing around, it's not for dramatic effect. It's so we don't overheat. I'm going to tap into the live stream here just so I can see your guys' comments. So say what's up if you are already watching. Happy Friday again. We've got a really fun day in store here. We are going to start this live stream off with this 1993 Specialized Rockhopper comp. This belongs to my buddy Chris, and it was actually his first mountain bike. He's still riding mountain bikes. He's an absolute animal at 60 years old. He's so much fun to ride with. In fact, I'm riding with him tomorrow, and it's going to be a super dope day. And before we go on the ride tomorrow, I also need to get to work on my Commencal Meta TR, which is over here. It's my bigger travel enduro style trail bike. So that's going to be coming later in this video. But before we get to my Commencal, we are also going to be working on our brand new Fishier Tandem. It's a 1992 Gary Fisher Gemini. I just picked that up for Cheyenne and I. I shouldn't say I because I didn't do it by myself. I found it down in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is where her parents live. And I shot her dad a text message. I was like, man, this bike is down by you guys. Would you be able to pick it up for me? And he was kind enough to do it. And then they came up later that week. They were already planning to come up. So it all just worked out. But yeah, we've got 3 bikes to work on today. We're going to start with this one here. And we're just going to start by tearing it down. We've got all these brand new parts here on the table. We've got the original brakes. We've got the original fork. So we are going to put the original parts back on. And we're just going to go from there. So pretty low-key video today. We're just going to do cool bike stuff. So glad you guys are hanging out with me. These live videos are always pretty impromptu. I'm like, I could do all this work and not film it. Or I could do all this work or make a more serious video out of it where I'm like having to go back through and cut it all down. Or I could just do it like this where we're hanging out. And I prefer doing this. I think it's fun, especially on a Friday. So yeah, if you're tapping in, happy Friday. How are your guys' days going? You have big plans for riding this weekend? What's going on? Let me know. I've got my computer over here so I can see your comments. And let me know if you guys can hear me all right. We're going to just start tearing this bike all down. I'm going to slide it up here just so my back isn't to y'all. And we're going to go nuts. So I guess I can give you a little walkthrough of what we're doing to this bike. That's always helpful. We are going, in true Mike Murphy fashion, we are going 1x10 on this one, getting rid of the original 3x7 drivetrain on here. However, we are going to retain, what's up, Steve? We are going to be able to retain the original wheels, and I believe, yes, these are Dior LX wheels. This was, one of the higher spec Rockhoppers back in the day. So cool to be able to retain the original wheels since they are higher quality. So we're just going to go from there. Get her all sorted. Make sure in this bag here that there is a hanger cable. Can't get too far ahead of ourselves because that usually is not a good thing. Okay, so there is not a hanger cable in there. Hopefully I can use this maybe? Oh. Okay, so I have the original brakes here. They put different ones on for some reason, and maybe I just found the reason because this boss just fell out of the back and there is no spring to be found. So we'll see how we're going to solve that here in a minute. I don't want to get like too crazy and just start cutting stuff and make a big mistake, so we're just going to take our time here. But this is, I can cut this because this is, yep. Okay. This is an interesting brake setup here that I have never really interfaced with before. So we're learning as we go, you know. All right. I should have a spring that'll work in this canty brake unless, or I might be able to pull one off of here too. We'll see. This thing's pretty much going to get all the way broken down, I think. Bottom bracket doesn't need to come off, and it's a sealed bottom bracket, which is good. So I don't need to grease that up, but I am going to grease the wheels up. Do the right thing, you know, make this thing nice and smooth since it is getting a second life. We want to do the right thing. Okay. We're going to need to steal the levers off of here, but not the triggers. So we're just going to set these to the side. Trim these cables down a little more. Anybody have big riding plans for the weekend? Everybody kind of chilling? What's going on out there? I am doing a pretty big ride tomorrow with my dad and Chris, the guy who owns this bike. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, this is going to be fun. I can already tell. Dang, the Hulk must have tightened this fork down. Holy. You doing 8 bass in a Keystone with us? You should. It's going to be fun. Dude, this is crazy. I hope this is just grease in here. I mean, we're not going to reuse this fork, and I have a different top cap, but that does not feel super awesome. You know what they say about a cross thread? It's a tight thread. Holy crap. This feels very crossed. Unless somebody used like red Loctite on this. Ooh, that's hot. You never know what you're going to get into with these old bikes. Who worked on it last? How good they were at working on things. It's always an adventure. Looks like that might have just been like rusted on there or something. Drop this wheel out of here, make our lives a little easier. Okay. I already took this bike outside and rinsed it off, so got some of the crud off of it. But I think it's really going to clean up nice. Holy, this fork is heavy. Half the weight of the bike right there. Well, this is going to be interesting. Can the steer tube pull out? I just don't see how you get this bearing race off. We're learning something today. Hopefully. There's no way the steer tube pulls up out of here. Why else would that loosen, though? That's terrifying. Does it thread off? I need to get this bearing race off, which is why I'm trying to figure this out. And the way it sits in there, it's like a C-clip or something's holding it. I could just put a new headset in the bike. Let's see. Okay, that's not what it wants. It is not ever easy. I'm gonna try and just pop this up out of there real quick. Getting real janky. Let's see. Doesn't want to go that easy, does it? Well, what the heck? Do I have another bearing race is the question. To make our lives a little easier. This is why you save all your old parts. I have a top one. I have an 1 1/8 one. It's gonna be like that today. No bottom bearing race. Okay. This is gonna be tricky. Just need to get up underneath this race. There's got to be a way to pull this steer tube out. I guess there's a little C-clip in here. Does this go down the other way? Maybe that's the ticket. Maybe you pound the race off going this way. Figured it out. Okay. Now I have to find my pieces that I just threw all over the floor. Okay. Here's the steer tube. And here is our bearing race. That is crazy. I don't know who or why they thought that was a great idea. I guess modern forks, you can probably still press them out. This is just terrifying to me. Okay, well, this thing's intact. Got the race off. We can press it back onto the OG fork, reunite it. I don't know when this bike got this fork, but it doesn't look like the original one was really on the bike hardly at all. So we're going to reunite the race back on the fork. We will see. So if you're just tapping into this video, this is a 1993 Rockhopper comp that belongs to my friend Chris, and he bought it brand new back in 93. I think he said he bought it, he's a doctor, and I think he said he bought it right after medical school, I think is what he said, or somewhere along that period in his life. His first ever mountain bike, still has it, and man, it's in pristine condition, considering that he actually like did ride the crap out of it. And he is having me go through it and rebuild it to make it comfortable for his wife to ride. He wanted it to be kind of like a gravelly style cruiser, that she could do paths and all that fun stuff on, like brewery tours and whatnot. So here we are, building it up, giving it its second life. That's the cool thing about these bikes. I've said it a million times. You've probably heard me say it, but they're just timeless. Like this bike is 1 year younger than me, and it's still going to be kicking around and probably will be kicking around after I'm gone. So that's pretty special. I'm going to get gloves out now, so I have no excuse to not wear them when I start cleaning up these bearings. But I'm not going to do these bearings until I have all of the bearings out at the same time. So this is the bottom stack. Okay, bearing goes there. We'll throw a bearing there. Throw that cup there. Okay. Set this fork to the side now. And we'll keep on disassembling. Okay, so the cranks don't need to come off of this one, but the pedals do, because we're doing new pedals. Pedal one. For some reason, I always forget to take pedals off. And then I have to like either put the crank arms back on or I'm fighting them like holding the crank arm, and it's just not a fun situation. So we're just going through our order of operations here, our checklist, and disassembling the right way, you know? And I've just got a box over here that I'm going to be throwing all of the parts that come off of it so Chris can have them back. I doubt he'll want them, but you never know. Some of this stuff has sentimental value. Start pulling chain rings. Pretty excited. This bike also, one of my favorite things about old bikes is to see where they came from. And this bike came from Oklahoma, which is where Chris is from, and it has the original bike shop that sold it on here, Wheeler Dealer. Super cool. What's up? We love to see the original bike shop stickers. The old Wheeler Dealer, I reckon. Kind of a fun name for a bike shop. I wonder if they're still in business. 33 years later. I hope so. Let's look. I've got a computer right here. It'd be rude not to look. Wheeler Dealer Bicycle Shop. They're still a business. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. We love to see that. Standing the test of time. Speaking of business, if y'all are coffee drinkers, and you're not aware, I have my own small business. It's called Traction Coffee Roasters. And if you want to try some of our coffee, well, I have a great deal for you. We have a code just for you, 30% off. It is called Purpose. Just use code Purpose at checkout. Grab yourself an amazing bag or two of coffee. You won't be disappointed. I can almost guarantee you that. This morning I was drinking. What did I have this morning? Oh, a Nicaragua that we just released. It is so good. Heck yeah. Thanks for checking, Steve. And what's up from Sweden? Heck yeah. I need to go visit Sweden. I have a buddy who's a professional hockey goalie. He's from Sweden, and I think I don't know if he's still contracted to play there. I think he's back in the States now, but he played, geez, I can't remember the team. His name's Kaz Keskasuo. You might know him if you're a hockey fan. But every time he's in Sweden, he just makes it look like such an amazing place. So I need to get over there and visit. Not in the winter. See if I can get away with not having to take the cranks off. Am I going to be a lucky guy today? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Hey. All right, crank arm definitely has to come off. It's just how it goes sometimes. But that's okay. Pull the crank arm off quick like. It's amazing too. So like I obviously love doing the full length videos that are like edited and all that fun stuff. But I feel like it makes one of these builds go 3 the angle, trying to make sure you get everything right. And I feel like I'm just like jumping all over the place. Whereas right now it's, the flow is just so smooth. I like the lives and I get to interact actually, which is cool. It would be really cool too if I could get this crank arm puller tool to thread. There we go. It would be really cool, and it is cool. Perhaps the first time this crank arm has ever been removed. Sprockets off. Give it a nice little clean real quick. And then we'll get it stuck back on. Tomorrow, I think it tops out, it's definitely it's got to be over 12,000 feet. I can't say for sure. I'm pretty confident it's over 12,000 feet. Regardless, it's high country, and I'm truly looking forward to that because it is hot down here in the Front Range the last couple of weeks. It's been pretty brutal. So it'll be nice to get up and away from the heat and out in the woods with the homies. I've only done this ride once. My dad and Chris, the guy who owns this bike, have done it a bunch, tons of times. And they finally got me to do it last year. It's something I've wanted to do. I just always had an excuse for why I couldn't make it, right? None of them were excuses, really. It was usually work stuff. But I made it happen last year, and I'm so glad I did. And it was so good, I have to go back this year. Can't not go back. Okay. First little bit is coming together nicely. The bike is almost fully stripped down. We'll pop that chain off. We've got a new chain for it. This thing's gonna be ready to go. This chain is nice and rusty. This bike might have lived outside for a little bit, but I guess it is an Oklahoma bike, so it's lived in some humidity. We won't give him the chain because that thing's done and dusted. $12,505 feet. I knew it was close to 13. I just couldn't remember how high it was. High enough, I'll tell you that much. It's beautiful up there. There's that first descent, man, and it drops you into that bowl, and it is so terrifying. You fall there, and you're definitely going to be having a real bad time. As in, you'll be dead or wishing that you were dead because you fell so fucking far. Front derailleur deleted. Seven-speed derailleur deleted. Okay. The bike is down to just the frame. Now we're just going to give it a quick rub down. I just use Simple Green, and it works great. I just buy like the 1 gallon of it and then mix it super strong, and it removes most of what I need it to remove. But I always like to give it a good thorough cleaning before we start putting stuff back on, because then you have those spots that you just like really can't get to once parts are back on. We're not doing anything too crazy with the build on this one, but I've got like a pretty tried and true recipe that I've done on a lot of these Restomods. And this one is getting that same treatment. So it's getting the 1x10 micro shift Advent X stuff. And man, for the money, it cannot be replicated, can't be beat. I see some people here on YouTube doing like I don't know if it's Temu or Alibaba versions of drivetrains. And like, I mean, if that works for you, it works for you. But I'd rather my money go to support people who are supporting bike stuff, and Microshift seems to do a pretty good job of that. So they seem to be like they're all bike riders. So, you know, there are some parts that I'm not gonna lie, I will buy the cheap stuff like pedals for these bikes. I'll buy the cheap pedals that come in a million different colors that I've never had an issue with. Sealed bearings, they're just solid. But drivetrain stuff, I feel like there's some precision, especially once you get up into the 1x10 stuff. Anything above 1x9 is, you want it to work. And the microshift stuff has worked for me. So good meal every time, I'm sticking to it. I can't be reasoned to even try. The color of this frame is so good. You know, I've seen a bunch of these in pretty beat down condition, but the first time I saw Chris's garage just covered in dust, I was like, man, that thing would clean up nice. And we talked about it for a while, and he found the trigger. And it is doing exactly what I thought it would and cleaning up nicely. I also just started in on, some of you have probably seen it before, but my pinkish red Fisher, my pre-trek Gary Fisher bike. I'm giving it its like second version of life since I've had it, and man, it is looking insane. Excited. I'm doing a full video on that one here soon, so keep your eyes peeled for that if you're into that sort of thing. I think I'm gonna pull off this old chain slap pad because it is pretty worse for the wear. And you know what? We're giving this bike a facelift. Let's just do the right thing and take off this ratty junk. Let's see. Put the trash can up underneath this thing. And we'll use a tire lever and see if we can just scrape it off. And it just pushes right on off. It's pretty freaking gross. Let's see. It's like a weird fabric that doesn't want to just like pull all at once. It's probably good we're taking it off. It'll definitely make the bike look the way it's supposed to. It's the little things with these builds. Very easy to ignore something like that and like kind of just do the rest of it. But one of the statements that I go back to all the time here on the channel or in my personal life is how you do anything is how you do everything. And so we're going to do this right. It's not my bike, but we're going to treat it like it is. Get it done proper. Hopefully this adhesive just comes off nice with some WD-40 and some lemon essential oil, but we're about to find out. Okay, we've got the bulk of the pad off. If you guys want a better angle of any of the work I'm doing, let me know in the chat too. I've got my computer over here so I can see what you guys want to see, and feedback is always helpful. And if you're enjoying these videos and you're looking for a way to support the channel, I mentioned it a few minutes ago, but you can pick up a bag of coffee from my small coffee business, Traction Coffee. We have a discount code specifically for everybody here on the channel. The discount code is Purpose, and it'll save you 30%. But that helps me buy things like WD-40 and all the different little bits that make these builds possible. And the good news is WD-40 took all that adhesive right off. Gonna just throw a little more on there for good measure. Scrub it on down. Wow. Okay. Next up on the list, I need to find some steel wool down here. Put you guys on game real quick. Double-aught steel wool and WD-40 really just takes off some blemishes. So let's see where we're starting on blemish removal. Again, stuff that's not necessary, but if it were my bike and somebody were working on it and it came back looking the way this one's gonna look, I'd be a very happy fella. So this just has like storage blemishes. Looks like just, rubbed up against drywall or something. So we're just going over the blemishes lightly, or areas that it has like a little surface rust, and just cleaning it up. And cleaning it up it is. It's amazing what a little bit of elbow grease does. All right. The majority of, there goes my WD-40. Majority of the storage blemishes or riding blemishes from over the years are just rubbed away like that. And this frame is looking even sicker. Clean up these bearing cups races, and then I'll start doing the bearings here shortly. I'm going to take the wheels apart too, and we'll do the bearings and the wheels. Let's give everything a nice clean surface when we put it all back together, Once we're done reassembling the bike as well, I'll give it another nice rub down with some simple grain. But for now, got the majority of that WD-40 off the bike. And it's shining. And once we get it done, we'll obviously, wipe it down with the simple grain, and then I'll wax it as well. It's a good looking bike. I keep saying it, but it really is. It's like that dark green color they did in 93 with the pink stickers. We're going to really start bringing those colors out when we start reassembling this bike. Okay, next up, we're ripping off these tires. And then we're going to pull the bearings apart in the hubs. Get those all nice and cleaned up. And then we start reassembling. Don't get me wrong, I like cleaning these bikes up and making them look new again. But truly, nothing is better than putting them back together and realizing the vision you had in your head. Like I said, I saw this bike for the first time a couple years ago in Chris's garage, and I've been bugging him ever since to do this. So when he texted me the other day, I was like, oh, it's on now. And it is, in fact, on. Gonna need this fork in a sec, so I'm not putting it away just yet. So I did a video, shoot, it was probably a year and a half ago now, of how to convert 7-speed hubs to accept 8 to 12-speed cassettes, and we're going to exercise that today and take this 7-speed free hub body off. I took a little gamble and I think it's going to pay off. Found a free hub body that I think is going to work perfectly based on what I could find on the internet, so we'll see. We will see. Okay. And while we're here, I think we'll just start with the back wheel. Now that my hands are greasy, we'll put the gloves on. Because why would I have put them on from the beginning? But this is where the grease gets real nasty, so we're just going to get ahead of it a little bit. Clean up my workspace a bit. Throw stuff on the floor a bit. Okay. Let's see. We need a removal tool and a chain whip tool. Came off nice and easy. It's a Friday. We're getting treated, y'all. Look at that. I don't need this anymore. Okay. What's this gonna be? 16 and perhaps an 18. 16 and a 17. Ooh. Don't do that. All right. Let's remove this axle. I've mentioned this in previous lives, but I do like these little trays that I have laid out here, just for the simple fact that I can keep using the WD-40 that I have instead of having to just like use a whole can on one bike. So I just spray it in there, clean up the bearings, and we're good for go. Okay. Just gonna put this in the same tin as my headset bearings. I'm gonna grab a magnet real quick so we're not losing bearings all over the floor. And another reason I like these little stainless tubs is because you can pull the axle out over the tub, and while the bearings start to fall out over the place, they just fall in the tub as opposed to all over the floor. This hub definitely needs the grease. There we go. We're gonna count out our bearings just to make sure none of them snuck onto the floor, so bear with me for a second. I didn't hear anything, but that doesn't mean we didn't lose some. 9 and 9. Doing just fine. Okay. I've already destroyed this glove. I've got these like food gloves that were cheap that are the absolute worst thing I've ever purchased. You can't even put them on without like ripping them. But I have them, so we're going to use them. Now we're going to pull off this free hub body. Sweet. Okay. This free hub body is no longer necessary because it's for 7-speed, so I'm going to throw it in the box over here. We're going to get this wheel cleaned up. Get it all sorted real quick. Again, another good spot for some WD-40 and some steel wool. Just get the bearing seats nice and cleaned up. Otherwise, there's no point in greasing or degreasing and cleaning the bearings if you're just going to put them back into a dirty, sticky space. So get those nice and clean. While we're here, we're just going to wipe down the hub, make that look pretty. What's everybody doing right now? Who's at work? Who's just chilling? What part of the world are you in? I'm always curious. Let me know in the chat. Okay. And just like that, we're ready to install our new free hub body. Then we'll get the wheel rebuilt and move on to the front wheel. There's our new free hub body. Goes right on as expected. Okay. See if I can get this dust cap. That's what that looks like. Okay. Maybe I got ahead of myself thinking this free hub body was going to work. Works. We just need a dust cap. Okay, please hold. I think I'm going to grab another free hub body that I know will work, because I just don't have the proper dust cap for this one, unless I can get this off of here. But it just doesn't seem like it wants to come. All right, I'll be right back. We're going to rob a wheel. Okay, we have another free hub body here. I was very hopeful that that setup was going to work, but I didn't do my homework thoroughly, apparently. And that is just how it goes. And it'd be a shame to not retain these stock wheels, so we're going to try and do something with this here. And we're going to be all good. Now, I will say this is what can be extremely frustrating with some of these old builds, is if you don't have the parts laying around to scavenge, you have to like wait around for stuff to show up. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself by saying, good thing we have all this stuff laying around. because we've got a little bit of work ahead of us yet before we can say that. But we can hope. A guy can hope. But I've got a feeling that this will work. And then I could just get another free hub body to replace the one off this wheel. And all will be right with the world. Okay. So that feels bigger than a 10 millimeter. It ain't going easy today, y'all. This will, in fact, solve our problem, I think. Okay, that's a dust cap. I could steal the dust cap. That one comes out. You're getting to see the headache firsthand today. Does this one perhaps thread out? It's got to. Okay, let's see if we can get creative. Find a solution here. It's kind of funny. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be right back again because I might have another free hub body that just has a dust cap that I can steal. I've got to have one. You can probably still hear me. I just threw away a bunch of parts, and I think I threw away the free hub box I had that I could have robbed. Okay, that's okay. We have a solution. We have a solution. You know what they say? It is always something. I'm going to just double check in this bag that there isn't a dust cap. And there isn't. Just double check one more time that I can't get this one out of here. Not overlooking something. Okay. We know that that old one isn't going to work. So we're just going to rob this dust cap. This is a good wheel, so we don't want to jack too much up with that, but that dust cap will just sit down right in there. And that solves our problem. So we'll take it. Press it into place. Get it nice and seated. This is the one downside to trying to retain stock wheels, is sometimes you run into quirky little things like this. That's just kind of the name of the game. Okay, I'm gonna grab a Ziploc for these bearings, just so I'm not cursing myself later because I destroyed a wheel that I could have used. Okay. Just pull them out of this side too. Sorry, this section of this build is so kind of boring and mundane. We got caught up in the thinking our free hub body was going to work. Surprise, surprise, it didn't. Well, it's going to. Okay. We'll set this wheel to the side. We'll figure this out later. If you want 100 projects, just start one and 100 will appear. Okay, that solves our problem. Yay. We carry on. And now we wash bearings, degrease bearings. We're not going to wash them. So we've got a bunch of WD-40 right here. And now we're just going to shine these bearings up. Roll them around, degrease them. I will say, if you're ever doing this, be careful. They like to hop up out your rag. I usually like to count them before I start. wiping them off, degreasing, because sometimes they hide in the rag and then they end up rolling away. Just like that, I'm missing one. There it is. These bearings are in great shape, so that's good. I don't see any metal shaving, so they weren't too devoid of grease. So they've got some life in them yet. This whole bike does. I can't wait to see it be delivered. I'm going riding with Chris tomorrow. And I'm meeting him at his house in the morning. We're heading up to the mountains. And he doesn't know it yet unless he's watching this, which is very possible, but I'm gonna drop this bike off to him then. I told him next week would probably be when I got to it, but the last of the parts came in yesterday and I can't help myself. I had a little bit of freedom today. So I said, you know what? We're building bikes. And I've got so many bike projects to get done today, so can't really complain. I like working on bikes, which was not something that I could have said, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago. I guess I always liked it, but man, it was so frustrating. And there are definitely still some frustrating days, but there's so much more few and far between than they used to be. Do these headset bearings while we're here. We also, so for those of you who know or have been following along in the last year or so, I had bought my wife a 1971 Volkswagen Beetle that I light restored, I would say. I restored all the mechanical pieces, is the reality, over this last winter. And we've got it driving. She's actually pretty much driving it every day, daily now. She's out driving it right now, doing her errands around town. And it's super cool to see her getting to enjoy that car. Well, when her parents were up here last week visiting and delivering the Tandem that they were so nice to pick up for me down in New Mexico, her dad drove the Beetle and he's wanted one his entire life. And Cheyenne drove her mom around in it as well. And they decided, okay, we want to start looking for one too. And they found one in New Mexico. They were planning to go look at it, and the guy kind of sold it out from underneath them. It's kind of how it goes, you know. You like find something you like, and it just sells for whatever reason. It sits there forever until you're interested in it. And then they were super bummed, and so I was like, I'll keep an eye out. And we found one here in town, and ended up buying it for them or helping them buy it. They bought it. We picked it up for them last week, and they're actually headed up here next week, her parents, to hang out and pick up the Beetle. And we're dropping the motor in it to do some maintenance work, and then they're going to take it home. So yeah, I've just got an abundance of little product or projects always going on over here, but I like it that way. Okay, let's rebuild our hub with our new free hub installed. Just throwing grease in here. And that is what you do before you stick the bearings back in, because it sticks the bearings in their new home, or their old home, I guess. But they're going to be nice and cleaned up. They're going to be stoked. And I say it in every one of these videos every time I do a wheel, but I do more grease than you think you need. And the worst case scenario is it pushes out over the first couple of rides, and you just wipe it up. But if you put less grease than you think you need, you ruin your stuff. Got all the bearings in there in their correct spots, and I'm just going to get just an extra little dollop of grease on top of them. Then we'll flip it around, do the other side, kind of lock them in place like that. Same thing over here. Count our bearings. We've got 9. Put 9 in the other side. We're down 1 because I just threw it on the floor. Thankfully, it didn't want to go too far. Just like that, our greased up bearings are back in place, and we can start putting our hub back together. These things are going to be rolling smooth yet again. As smooth if not more smooth than when they came from the factory. And that is always the goal. All right, let's see what we got here. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Take my gloves off, get this hub cleaned up one more time with some clean paper towels. And that can go to the side before we start in on the front wheel. We're going to get everything torqued up here in a sec too. Just get any of that excess grease from the rebuild pulled out real quick. And I like to, after the first couple of rides, I like to go back through and check this again, just because you will have some residuals. That's normal. But if you don't clean it up, what you end up having is a bunch of dirt collecting in those areas. So always double check. Lock this down. No side to side play and no resistance. We like that. Making moves, y'all. Okay. I guess while we're here, let's just yes, let's do it. We're just gonna put the cassette on the back because we're here. If you missed it earlier on, we are doing the microshift 1x10, the Advent X on this bicycle. The most cost-effective 10-speed on the market for the money, for the quality, I should say. There's cheaper ones. But I think retail for this whole setup, you're 150, 200 bucks into the whole drivetrain, probably less than that. I should know off the top of my head, but I do not. I've done probably 20 of these micro shift conversions now. In fact, my only non-micro shift Restomod was my first build, which was my Fishier. And then I built my wife Cheyenne her hard rock. And I used the micro shift stuff on there, and I liked it so much compared to the Shimano stuff that I had used on mine that I switched on over. a lot of these builds, not only am I trying to do it right because I want it to ride well, but I'm always thinking about the next guy that will work on these, potentially me. And I don't want to be cursing myself. And I don't want whoever else has to work on these to curse me either. So we do it right. Or as right as we can, as right as we know how. I am not a professional mechanic by any stretch, so. But I'm getting better and I'm learning. And the only way to get better or become a professional is to just tinker and learn. I've got a few dozen of these builds under my belt now, which is a pretty crazy and good feeling. I don't know why I love them so much, but I take that back. I do know why to some degree. It's the soulfulness that comes with these bikes. And not just that, but the idea of keeping something old out there riding around. It's really cool. Cool, back wheel, done. Let's move on to the front wheel. And then this bike will really start taking shape. I'm guessing this is a 13 up front. What do you want to bet I guessed wrong? Not today, y'all. We'll take a first try wrench size guess. Not a very common thing in my life. That doesn't want to come off. I have not done the chainring yet. Well, I took the old chainrings off. But I do have a new chainring sitting here. If that's the question you're asking, I might be answering the wrong question. Yeah, for those of you who are just joining. Cool. Yeah, I'll walk through. I'll talk about what I'm using as we start doing it. For the drivetrain, if you're just tapping in, this is a micro shift 1x10. The Advent X is what we're using. And then I'll go through what we're using for the front chainring and all that stuff as we start putting it all back together. I'm almost done refurbing these wheels, and then the fun starts, guys. But yeah, if you have any questions along the way, I've got my computer back there, and every once in a while I'm checking messages. So don't hesitate to shout. And for those of you who are kind of just tapping in the last 20 or so minutes, I'll kind of walk you through the story of this bike. It belongs to a buddy of mine. His name is Chris. I've known him for probably going on a decade now. He's actually my dad's best friend. Super cool dude. And this was his first ever mountain bike. He bought it back in 1993 in Oklahoma, where he lived. And we are cleaning it up for him. He's had it in his garage. He lives here now in right outside of Longmont, Colorado, which is where I live. And he's having me redo it to give to his wife so she can go on like brewery tour cruises with him and whatnot. So going through the whole bike for him. going 1x10, getting away from the 3x7. And I catch a lot of flack for that here on the channel. People saying that, 3x7 is great, yada, yada, yada. I wouldn't disagree. I think I like it too. I have at home 3 or 4 bikes, 3x7. I love them. They're so fun to ride and they get the job done. But when it comes to setting bikes up for people who aren't necessarily cyclists, I think a 3x7 or anything that is not a one bike can be confusing. I watch people all the time when they get on bikes I loan them and they don't know which side to shift. It's confusing. And like you walk them through it, but it's still like, it's not super intuitive, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You can figure it out, but it's not super intuitive. So I always like going 1x10. So that's what we're doing on this bike to make it super user friendly for her. And yeah, we're going micro shift for that. But we'll get through this bike today. And then after this bike, we're moving on. I just got a 1991 Gary Fisher, or sorry, 92 Gary Fisher Tandem pre-trek purchase of Gary Fisher, which is my favorite era of the Fisher brand. I have a 91 Fisher, but we're doing that 92 Tandem today as well. And then before we get done and wrapped up with this live stream today, I will be moving on to my, I guess it'd be a 2023 or 24 Commencal Meta TR, my enduro style trail bike. And I just have to true the wheels and get that thing ready because I'm doing a big alpine mountain bike ride tomorrow. So yeah, that's kind of what the day is looking like in here today. And while I explain that, this hub is nice and clean. We're going to move on to degreasing these bearings. And that's that. We start putting her back together. Now we're not, this bike in particular, we're not going too over the top in terms of components, but we are just going to make it look good. And my thought process for a lot of these builds is how can we make this bike look like if it were coming out right now? In the world we live in with, appearances being so important, it seems like something that would like break the internet. And so I kind of just think about these bikes reimagined for the 21st century and what the designers would have been trying to do with them. And yeah, I have a lot of fun getting to reimagine these bikes and pop the colors that are on them. This is like a dark green frame with a magenta colored sticker set. So we're going real simple on this one, but real cool at the same time. We're going purple grips. We're going white cables. We're going white pedals, tan wall tires. It's going to be a good looking bike. Not overstated, which will be good. Some of these bikes I think look really cool when they're overstated and just wild. My 91 Fisher is getting that treatment right now. I had a first edition is what I'm calling it of what I did to it, and I rode it like that for a year and a half, and we're going a little crazy with it now. I've got a full video on that one coming out here soon. But while I was filming that video the other day, I was like, I'm going to be able to get this done in one day. Nope. The brakes I got for it did not cooperate, and there was a brief moment where I had a little bit of a freak out because I was like, oh, my bike is toast. The brakes got stuck on there. It's not a good situation. but I got them off. Had to order a different set of brakes. So we're waiting to finish that bike up. But I have been taking commissions. I just started a new Instagram page, actually. It's called joyride.bikes. And I'm taking commissions to build bikes for people now because it's not necessarily sustainable for me to continue to build them for myself at the rate that I have been building them. Around me right now, bikes that I have that I own, a couple of them are for sale, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bikes that are in rideable condition. And then at home, I have another 15 or 16. So it's become a problem that's quickly taken over my life. Okay, grab some gloves real quick. And we'll start greasing her up. And this one will go back together as well. And then the bike starts going back together. So I guess what are my next steps here? I will go from here. I will start, or I'll have to put the headset back together, grease that up, get the fork on. I need to figure out what we're doing for the front brake because I would like to run the stock front brake that he gave me in this baggie, but it is missing a load spring. So we'll see if I can steal one of those off the brakes that were on the suspension fork that he had installed on this bike. If not, we might just have to run that one, but we'll see. One step at a time, I reckon. That's exactly how we'll get there. All right. And it begins. The Great Reconstruction. So smooth compared to what it felt like when I was taking this bike apart. We love it. Okay. No side to side play. And geez, those roll smooth. Get the skewer back in. I was gonna say we'll put it on the bike just to see how it looks, but can't do that. Ain't got no fork on it. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no fork on it. Okay. We'll stick this back here for now. We're gonna grease up this headset. Get that back together. Then I can take off these dang gloves. I hate wearing gloves. But I also hate having to scrub my hands for 3 times every time I build one of these bikes. I've got a question for you guys. Something I've been thinking about a lot lately because it's a newer part of my life. But the beginning of this year, I bought a motorcycle, a 1988 Harley Davidson. I like old things. Yes, I know it might be silly, but um, since this is Joy of Bike, and that is technically a bike, one with a motor on it, albeit, would you guys be interested in seeing motorcycle content on here? Because this winter, I'm thinking about building a chopper as well. And I'm like, well, that would be fun stuff to share online. It's stuff I like doing, is sharing. And I'll be learning a lot during that process for sure. Um, but like, do I start another channel, or is that also Joy of Bike? I'm also planning, for what it's worth, um, to do like a bike rack setup for it. So I'll be like riding the motorcycle with a bike on it. I don't know if that changes how you feel about that idea, but let me know. Let me know what you think. Would you be opposed to seeing motorcycle content here on the channel? Is it too different from bikes? You're not into it? You love it? What are you thinking? Let me know in the chat. I'm not opposed to starting another channel, but having a whole nother platform is just another whole job. So, and that's kind of, when I was rebuilding our Volkswagen, I was like, I would love to share more of that stuff on here, but I just don't want to, have anybody feel like this is not what I signed up for. And I get why people would feel that way. So let me know your thoughts. Okay. About to get it on. And the reconstruction begins. Sweet. Sick. Thank you for your opinion. Not thank you because it reaffirms what I was hoping you would say, but thank you. It's always good to hear what other people think. And like, yeah, I don't want people to feel like I'm abandoning bikes because I never ever will. Ever. That would be the craziest thing ever. Um but yeah, it's I have the curse of being excited about too many different things, and yeah, I feel like there is so much overlap between cars and motorcycles and bicycles, and my day job, my business here is coffee. That's what pays the bills for me to be able to have this space. And I feel like although they might all feel very similar, they're like very synonymous. The cultures are very synonymous, and so kind of figuring out how to like layer all that and show people how cool they all are and how they can kind of coincide, I think is really fun to me. Okay, I don't know what this little washer thing is. I don't necessarily like it, so we're gonna get rid of that. I think we might get rid of that because I need a cable hanger, and I think that's gonna really mess with our spacing. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like also life gets boring if you're just doing the same thing all the time. And as much as I love bikes, like switching it up and doing other stuff is really fun. And it like gets me into a place where I'm so hyped to come back and like do bike related stuff and vice versa. And to have like it be such a community thing where we all get to hang out and do this, like to me that just makes it that much more special. So I appreciate you all for spending some time with me on this fine Friday. Okay. We're gonna lock this stem back in, or stem, this fork. Seems like it's good. So that's good. Sometimes that compression cap really just throws stuff off though. Okay, we might need to tighten that down the road, but feels good now. Okay, it's time. I'm gonna go grab a stem converter from the other room because I don't think that I have one in here, and then I'm gonna grab some tubes and we're gonna start putting her together. All right, it's party time. Got our 22.2 to, what would it be, 25.4? I don't even know what inch and an eighth is. It's a 1 inch to inch and an eighth stem converter. I usually grease them, but there was grease down in there. You know what? If we're thinking about it, we're just going to add a little more grease. Again, think about the next guy. Don't think about yourself. And I could imagine that if these get stuck, they get real stuck. So we're going to cinch this down. Again, it's something we can play around with after the fact, height-wise, to adjust based on the stem we're putting on. But this one, to be honest with you, I don't know what brand this is. I typically buy these off of Amazon, and I've never had an issue with any of them. This one was probably like 10 or 15 bucks. It's kind of the price range I stick within for these converters. The one that I've used probably the most is, I think it's Profile Design, which is like $10 to $20. They hover in that range. So I will say though, if you ever are building an early Trek, a Gary Fisher, a Fisher, a Klein of the early era, you will need one of these Nitto stem converters because they had Evolution or Evo headsets on them, which were 1.25 inches. So you have to go 1.25 inches to 1.125 inches. And these ones are about 50 bucks, which kind of a bummer. Yeah, the Nitto ones they're really nice, but you know, I have these on a bunch of bikes and I've never had an issue. I feel like the way they're built, they're probably pretty stout anyway, so like you're not gonna I don't think it's very likely that one of these would be compromised, like jumping or doing anything. And if you're not jumping, if you're just like kind of cruising around, I think the cheap ones do the trick. But I jump and do really silly things on a few of my bikes that have the cheaper ones, and I've never had an issue. Heck yeah. Did you have to do the 1.25 inches? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's why you got the Nitto. Duh. Duh. So yeah, you had to use the Nitto because it's 1.25 inches. Nobody else, from what I've found on the internet, and I kind of searched high and low, I couldn't find anybody else that made a 1.25 inches out there. So, but that threw me for a loop the first time I built that up. I was like starting to break it apart, and I was like, "Oh, is this 1.125 inches?" Measured it with a caliper, and I was like, "I don't know what this is." All right, for the stem on this bike, we are doing, what is it, 90 millimeter, and this is an MSW 35-degree stem. Since this is for my buddy's wife, typically what I like to use is the Velo Orange, the Happy stem for like the lady cruisers. Just the way it sticks the bars up, and it's a 90 mil reach as well, so it's not like you're slung way out over the front. But when I was ordering, they were out of that stem, so we went with this one. It's very similar, and I kind of like the fact, usually I do polished, but I think for this bike, the black is going to look really nice. We did do a polished bar, however. Heck yeah. Well, that's cool. The bike shop knew what you were looking for, because I feel like either a lot of shops just don't care or they don't know. There's a bunch of shops that people have told me about that, like they've walked in and like, hey, I want to set this up like as a 1x10, or you know, I need to figure out a stem converter or whatever. And the shop is like, sorry, we can't help you. Like, man, that's such a bummer. I guess we live in a world of, you know, people just want to sell you stuff. It's easier to sell than it is to set one of these bikes up. And I get it too. It's sometimes these can be a pain in the butt. So see if this box has torque specs on it. Does not. Excuse me. Okay. We're going with the Velo Orange granola bars. This is a favorite bar of mine for this style of bike. Again, just I think it makes like the perfect stance for a cruiser. It makes it very approachable for somebody who's not necessarily like a cyclist, but it makes people into a cyclist, and that's what I love. And yeah, comfortable bikes are just, they're cool. When I built my wife her Specialized, she rode bikes, but nothing like serious. And now she loves riding that thing. Like she'll ride it 20 miles, 30 miles if she really is feeling it. So I think that's pretty special, and it shows you like what a comfortable bike can do for you. Okay, we're gonna start there and see. I'm gonna just step back and look at these bars. Ooh, I like that. What color is the Trek? See where we're sitting on those. That looks about right. Oh, I'm gonna run outside real quick. I have my car windows open and it's raining. I could just smell it. Be right back. Rain smelled so good. I was like, oh, so soothing. Oh no, the car windows are down. Mm. I just found this new flavor of LaCroix, cherry lime. So good in the summertime. Ooh, that's a good color. That's a nice color. That with like some yellow cables or something be real hot. This is how I know I've been spending too much time working on cars and bikes and actually caring, because I'm torquing things these days, which I guess isn't the worst problem in the world. Definitely means you're not breaking stuff all the time. Okay. What should we do next? Trying to remember if I put the shifter on the inside or the outside of these levers. I've got 2 bikes laying around over here with microshift on them already, so take a little gander. Outside of the lever. We need to steal these levers off, but before we do, have to take the shifters off of these. Then we're gonna have to take the levers off and stick them on this bike. I'm definitely stoked. Maybe it's coming back around. I really haven't seen it on much, but these like integrated bike or brake shifter systems, I'm glad that those have kind of gone by the wayside. Ooh, the blue to purple fade Rockhopper. Those are so sick. So I've been after the hard rock, like you know the one, the pink to purple fade, the one that everybody wants for forever, ever since I got into doing these bikes. And every time I find one, they're either clapped out or they cost stupid money, which I just can't justify for usually something that I'm like, I know if I can find one of these at a thrift store, like I'll get it for a steal, whatever. I can't justify the money when people have them listed for like $500 and they're clapped out. Or people have tried to do their own like Restomod builds, and it's either not my thing or you can tell that it was kind of slapped together. Whatever, people doing their own thing, it's all good. My point is, in looking for that bike, I stumbled across a green and pink stump jumper that just happened to be my size. It was down the road from me in Boulder, and the guy had it listed for $100. And before he even responded to me, I just jumped in the car. I messaged him. I was like, "Hey, dude, I'm headed to Boulder right now. Just send me your address when you have a second." He responded pretty quickly, and I got there, and he was like, "Are you sure you want this bike? Like, I have people offering me several hundreds of dollars, but since you responded first, like, I'm obviously honoring that." Grateful he did. So he had it listed for 75. I gave him 100. Sitting over here, it's not in great shape, but for $75, I can make it work. And I just ordered some new stickers from a guy in Turkey that does like repop stickers. And yeah, that bike's gonna come together real sick. I'll actually let's move you guys around. I'll show you what we've got in the shop right now. So I just finished this one up. This is a 1987 Raleigh Edge. This is a Mountain Trials. So the cool thing about this one is I have to back up to like actually show it to you. See if I can get this wheel turned straight. But the front wheel is 26 and the rear wheel is 24. I don't know if it comes through in the camera, but everything on this bike is all original. The grips are all original. The tires are original, and the rubber is like feels like brand new. The headset is so shiny you can see your reflection in it. That's pretty cool. Just finished up this bad boy. This is also a 1987. This is a Muddy Fox, which is a brand from UK, I've learned. Really cool. The paint is just insane. It's got some blemishes, but yeah, the purple tires go crazy. And the cool thing is it's got Muddy Fox like stamped everywhere. The logo, frame is lugged, just beautiful. The white Sagino cranks, Muddy Fox chain rings. This thing is sweet. Just finished it up. Pretty stoked. Just picked up the Stingray Gray Ghost. This is my wife's favorite bike in the shop. She rides it around everywhere. And there is my Fisher. So just swapped out the bars. Just found an 1.25 inch Chris King headset. That was a hard find. I've had these on there for a bit, but Chris King wheels, yellow race face cranks. I've got black Shimano brakes coming today. I had a blue set of Pro Max brakes. They did not work. Very stressful situation. Then I've got a black seat post coming for that. Over here, I've got my Univega cargo bike. Love this thing. Has the crust fork in the front. Got some fenders, quick release basket, the Velo orange crazy bars. This thing gets down. I love this bike. This is one that I'm either going to sell or get to this winter. And then there is my Commencal Meta TR. Going to be working on that a little bit. And then over here is, don't mind my mess of parts and stuff everywhere, is the Stumpy I was just talking about. So the paint's in decent condition. Obviously, it has some blemishes and whatnot, but stickers are a little fried, which is why I ordered some replacement stickers. So pretty sweet. And then I'll take you over and show you while we're doing the tour my other new bike. Also, don't mind the mess everywhere. But there's our new Fishier Tandem. pretty sweet. My poor wife, this is all my bike stuff. And then this is her ceramic studio over here. So she's kind enough to let me stuff a bunch of stuff over here. And then if you guys heard me talking about the Beetle we picked up for her parents, I've got it pulled out front right now, airing out while we're working in the shop. So little shop tour of some of the bikes we got in here. And then of course that's where all the magic happens with coffee. Those are the roasters over there. And then we've got garage doors on both sides that we've got open. And I don't know if you can hear it, but this little portable swamp cooler making life bearable right now. Cool. Let's get back to work. Enough walking around. Okay, where were we? We've got some brake levers on. You know, a guy wonders, this has an integrated system, the micro shift or the original Dior levers. I'm wondering if I can take this off, this micro shift shifter off its bracket, or if it's all one thing. No, maybe not. Let's see. Ooh, that's sick. The 1x1, man, single speed is, I say it all the time. I have a belt drive Reeb single speed that I've had for a real long time now. Custom built for me. Love that bike. And no other bike makes me feel the way that one makes me feel. Okay, so I don't know if this is going to do what I want it to do. That's okay. I don't know if it would have worked anyways, but it was worth the thought. Okay, we're going to throw some grippies on. We're going to tighten down our levers just so we can start feeling like we're making some progress here. Purple's pretty close. Okay. Get these tightened down. Yeah, it's pretty hard to beat, honestly, getting on an old bike and just getting out there, man. It just feels right. I feel that way too with, I hop in our Beetle and drive it around, and like I was thinking about it yesterday. I'm like, it just feels like it like slows time down and takes you back to a time that was like more simple. It's amazing that you can use something that does that. It's a literal time machine. I had somebody comment on a video a couple months ago about like, I was just talking about how much I love these old bikes and the era that they came from, and I wish that we could go back to a period of like just more simplicity, really. And the person told me that I was romanticizing a period that actually sucked. It's like, man, I mean, I don't think this time period currently sucks, but there is definitely some things that I don't enjoy. And one of those things for sure is like this fast pace of life that we're all sold on, and the idea of consuming for happiness. I'm just not super down with that. And it makes me really sad when I see people like inundated with that belief of like, I need to work so I can buy these things because it will make me happy. And it's like, man, it just couldn't be further from the truth. Like, we have everything we need to be happy. And like buying the new latest greatest thing like never will make you happy. Maybe like glimpses of happiness, but like it's not going to be life changing. And I think these eras when, you know, Beetles were new cars or these bikes were new, like I know consumerism was still a big thing, but it was different. People appreciated the things that they had and like they were grateful for them and they weren't always looking for the next best, greatest, craziest thing. Little rant there. Nothing's real. That's what I like to say. So if you disagree, that's okay. What I'm saying is not the truth. It's my truth. It might not be yours. That's okay. That's what makes life fun. Cheyenne is texting me. Oh yeah, thank you. Give me 1 second, Cheyenne. I'll let you know. My package should be delivered. It says it was delivered today. So it's either at our door or in the mailroom if you want to go home and look for it. And I can't wait to see what you found at the thrift store. So Cheyenne, my wife, is commenting in the chat right now. And she just took the Beetle to the thrift store. And I think that's like the coolest thing. It's like taking a thrifted car to the thrift store. Pretty cool. Old things are pretty cool. The question is, if anybody's watching right now that's old enough to remember like when Beetles were brand new cars, or you know, you were buying these bikes when they were new, were they as cool then as they are now? Me and Cheyenne were talking about that the other day. We were fortunate enough to go see the last remaining steam engine big boy, not the last remaining steam engine, but the last remaining in service big boy. 4014 is the number of it. And man, it makes you feel something. It's like such a visceral experience getting to see that. And we were talking about it after we saw the train go by, and we're like, I wonder if like, you know, when those trains were new 80 years ago, if people were like, this is the coolest thing ever, or if it was just like, trains suck. Like that's the thing now. Like you get stuck at a train in a city and you're like so bummed. But I feel like back when the big boys were running around, you saw one of those trains coming through your town and you were just like enamored by the fact that that thing was just like hustling and bustling. I'm always curious about that stuff. Like, was the stuff we deem cool today, the people that were enjoying it when it was new in their time, was it cool then? Or are we romanticizing things that were, I don't know, not it? Hard to say. I love that. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things. It's like a perspective thing, right? That's hilarious, though. Okay. We're going, I can't remember what size I went with. 2.3 Max's DTHs on this bike. I measured, they should fit. I fit a bunch of these 2.3s on different bikes throughout the years. But you just never know what you're going to get. But I believe we should be in the clear, so we're about to find out. These were double wall wheels on this Rockhopper comp in this era. I'm assuming that these are going to be a little tricky to get on here because of that. My assumption was wrong. Okay. Back wheel. We're making decent time on this build. I don't know, how long have I been streaming this for? Doesn't say, does it? Oh, maybe I can see it this way. Almost 2.5 hours, so I guess not as good of time as what I thought. I thought I've been doing this for like an hour. An easy way to lose track of time, start working on a bike. Start doing something fun. I'm pretty excited to see what Cheyenne found for me at the thrift store. It's been a while since she's brought me a treasure back. I'm trying to think what the last... She's good at finding so many bangers. I'm trying to remember the last thing it was that she found me. And I want to say, I know she's found me stuff since, but I guess I should say my favorite thing so far. Whoa, I know what she found me last, and it is one of my favorite things. I'll show you 1 second. But another one of my favorite things is a Dunlop factory racing hat that like all the motocross guys are always dripped up in. But we were just in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. We were up there donating bicycles with the nonprofit I work for, and Cheyenne tagged along and went to a bunch of like antique and thrift stores up there. And she found me a sick how to hot rod your Volkswagen book. And it's looks like it was barely ever looked at or used. And it's sitting right here. What a gem, man. And there's so many cool photos throughout the book, but on the back it has these 6 Volkswagens, and like some of them were running like 12-second quarter miles. And this book is from, geez, I don't remember. I want to say the 70s. 1970. That's crazy. 12-second Volkswagens in the 70s? You got to be joking me. Sounds terrible. And great all at the same time. Terrifying, terrible. Whew. Okay, so DTHs are directional. And I'm having fun. I'm talking to y'all. We're building bikes. I'm not looking at the direction of the tread. Thankfully, it's right. That's my least favorite mistake to make. Not so bad with tube tires, but tubeless, that'll make a grown man cry. Okay. Throw some tire pressure in these. Don't mind me huffing and puffing over the pump real quick. We don't have many parts left, y'all. The last most time-consuming thing is going to be running cables. That shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, good thrift find, man, is something, again, something that I like didn't value when I was younger, and now like it's so much fun. Swap meets, thrift stores. There's actually a Volkswagen meet this weekend down in Denver, and I'm gonna go ride my bike instead of going because the bike ride's gonna be that good. But I am a little bummed because I'm looking for some very specific parts for our Volkswagen, and I could find them online, but that's not fun. Ooh, I love the giant Sedonas. What color is it? I really wish that I was getting to keep this bike. It's not my size, but I love the color and it's in such good shape. But yeah, talked about it earlier, but I kind of started taking commissions for building bikes for friends because it's not financially responsible to continue building them for myself at this rate. And my buddy Chris, this is his original mountain bike, and so we're building it up for his wife as a nice little cruiser. All right. We're going. We're coming along. Oh, that's a bummer. Where are you located? We're talking about starting our bike swap here at our shop starting this fall. I'm looking forward to it. It seems like there's often politics involved, which like throw a wrench in attendance, and we're trying to like really keep ours low key and like not get too mixed up and people creating drama. And so hopefully we can keep attendance high and cool stuff floating around. Okay. Tires are full of air. Going back on the bike. Oh man. Hopefully everybody you know is in the same shape. That tornado looked devastating. And a teal Sedona, I think that's the color I like the most in that bike. I had a buddy that had one for a few years and he traded it with another friend and he was like always trying to get it back from him and the guy would never give it back. Can't blame him. Yeehaw. This thing's starting to look straight out the 90s. Those tan walls are very nice. Okay. Let's throw on our chain ring. So for these builds, there's an Amazon brand called Deckas, Deckas, and they have like some branding on the front. They are the same front and back sides from what I can tell. Pretty close anyways. So I like to just run them backwards so they're all blacked out. And that usually does it for me. And again, I've built so many of these bikes with that chain ring, no issues. It's one of those things, like for the money, you could get like a race face or something, but if you're just using these bikes for cruise around, even big miles, like my wife's got, probably 1,500, if not more miles on her Specialized with one of these chain rings, and no excessive wear, like no weird wear, pretty solid. Yeah, it's crazy seeing areas that have been hit by tornadoes like that and like seeing it's like a wildfire kind of does the same thing where it's like You can literally go one street over and everything is like completely decimated. And you're like, how did this choose its path? Really, it's wild. Nature has a mind of its own. On this build, I'm running a 38 tooth sprocket up front chainring. It's going to be mostly not big hills or anything, but it does have, I want to say it's a 47 in the back on these microshift. I can't remember off the top of my head. And then I'm doing purple chainring bolts to match the purple logoing on this bike. And I'm setting this chainring up on the inside of the spider. I might need to flip it to the outside, but 9 times out of 10, what I've learned is for chain line, going on the inside of the spider is the move. So we'll see. But these purple bolts in here were definitely the right call. You just never know what is or isn't going to look good. I feel like I usually have a pretty good picture in my head, but sometimes you swing and miss. Obviously, when we get near the end of this build, I'll give you guys close-up looks at everything. All the little details and stuff. Every now and then, you need the bolt tightener. Or to grab the back of these chainring bolts. Should have done this when the crank arm was off, but okay. Crank arm hits the front wheel. Okay, let's put these things back. We're getting there. Okay, let's get the rear derailleur on. We'll measure our chain. And then we'll start working on cables. And then we're just about done, y'all. That's crazy. This bike has really come together. And if you guys haven't already, I did just start a new Instagram page dedicated to these restorations and Restomod. So if you're interested in seeing like the super finite detail shots, it's just joyride.bike on Instagram. Go check that out. I always post these finished builds up over there and yeah, in full detail, which yeah, it's kind of hard to like take it all in on a live video. Okay, let's see. Last time I did one of these builds, I cut the chain wrong. got ahead of myself, so I got to remind myself to slow her down a little bit. Slow it down. Okay, let's see what we got here. I'm like, why is that not turning? It's jammed up against the front wheel. That would do it. Okay, let's grab our chain breaker. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked with this build. Obviously, the final judgment is how it feels when you're riding it, and the person who's going to own it, how they really feel about it. So, but I think they're going to dig. The goal is always getting people on bikes, and if this gets somebody out on a bike and smiling, then we've accomplished our goal. I'll say it once and I'll say it 100 times, but these Pedro's chain breakers are number one. The way they work is pretty phenomenal. Instead of the pin just immediately contacting the chain pin, it has like a sheath that slides over it that's spring loaded. So you're always making contact with it straight on, as opposed to going maybe at an angle if you're not paying attention. And you're not breaking pins all the time. I don't know if that was a problem for anybody else or is a problem for anybody else, but I've had that issue in the past. Another tried and true piece of these builds for me is the KMC 10-speed chain. Love them to death. Never had an issue with them. Sometimes you can snap that chain master tight, but oh, it did it and I didn't hear it. No, it didn't. I lied. Okay. What should we do next? Let's go pedals on. Saving my least favorite part for last, which is cabling. And I still have to find a solution for the front brake. So that's why we're saving it for last. That's my excuse anyways. All right. Oh yeah, those pedals were the call. And with the white cables, I think it's just gonna sell the whole build. I love when a plan comes together. I really, really love it. Oh. If you see what I'm doing, no, you don't. Standing in the wrong spot to do this. Can't see what I'm trying to do. It threaded on to the wrong side of the crank arm, no problem though. There we go. Okay. White pedals are a go. Now, let's figure out our brake situation. So I've got the stock brakes that Chris kept for 30 some odd years, but it's missing a spring. So we're gonna see if we can steal one of the springs off of one of these brakes. And make it work. I need this side. And I need a cable hanger. Gotta have one somewhere. I usually replace stuff with V-brakes, so this is a unique situation for me. Okay. There is a spring. Will it work is the question. I was gonna say, it sounds like Cheyenne just got back. Can hear the beetle. And then I heard the door shut. Now we get to see what I got together, my treasure. What's up? Yes.
Okay, good.
You're live.
Are you ready for your treasure?
Yeah, let's see my treasure.
It's applicable.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Close your eyes.
No way, dude. No way, you guys. Look what Cheyenne just found.
I've never seen that.
Dude. And I'm getting ready to build up the Stumpy.
Yeah.
Another banger hat, dude. No
Definitely,
way.
like old too, but I was like, I didn't do a great Googling, but I couldn't
Yeah.
figure out what it was from.
It's old. Dude,
I know.
you guys, come on. Come on. And it's going to go well with my next in-depth build that I'm doing. Where we got it. A little prelude there. Come on. That's sick.
Yeah. I was like,
Dude, no way.
no way. That is so
Can you stick that on my backpack? Thank you.
so fun.
Good find. Good find. Thank you. Pretty excited about that. Good old-fashioned come up right there. That is very exciting, y'all. China is the queen of the thrift store. Dang it. Okay, well, I don't think I'm going to be able to use the stock brake, which is such a bummer. Unless I have another set of these in the other room, which I don't think that I do. Thank you for bringing those. Hmm.
You had my dad order something from Amazon?
I don't know. Maybe. Okay, darn. Let's see. Might have to run the original break. Let me run in the other room real quick and see if I have a set of these canties. Yeah, cross your fingers. Okay, well, I don't of this exact pair. Let's see if we can see if one of these springs will work. Kind of a bummer. If not, that's okay. Darn. Unless. Okay. it will work. I'm in disbelief over that hat. That's crazy. Okay. Got a spring in there that might just do the trick. So now I need you guys to cross your fingers that it does in fact do the trick. What the heck? Oh, I see. Dang it, this one brake is just missing all the vital pieces we need, y'all. Why it be like that? Am I gonna give up? No, I refuse. I refuse. We're gonna make it work. Okay, this is gonna work. Okay, I need to reload the spring. Just wish I had another arm. But what I wish doesn't really matter, I guess. The bike gods say you gotta do better than wishing, bro. And so we will. Will this do the trick? You decide. Seems like it is, in fact, doing the trick. I see we could do even better. We're going to try one other thing. Hmm. I don't think we can use this. It's starting to look like a bike, that's for sure. The only problem is I wish I could use these stock brakes, but I'm now of the belief that I don't have the right type of spring to make these canties work. Unless it wants to be reverse sprung. Dang it. Okay, well, we can't say we didn't try. So we're going to go back to the brakes that were on the front of it. It's just so weird. This is going to be tricky because man, I just hate this. I'm sad that that was missing. Just look one more time. Looking around to see if I have any other bikes in here that I could rob one of these off of, but I don't think that I do. The spring is just a little different. I need this post to be at the bottom. I'm gonna go look one more time. If we can't find what we need, we're moving on. We might have our solution, y'all. Be right back. Didn't think I'd be back that quick. Okay, let's see if this does it. Likelihood is not high, but it's worth a try. And I got a cable hanger. Oh, putting it in backwards definitely doesn't help. I think that's gonna do it. I think that's gonna do it. Come on, baby. Dang it. Close, but no cigar is how it's looking. It's annoying that they made these so different. Where that spring just won't line up to where we need it to go. Womp womp. I can't get this other one off to see what it wants to look like. For the life of me. Darn it. Darn, darn, darn. Sorry, this part is so boring, guys. You're getting to see it all in live action. Sometimes it's just like this. Okay, now that I've taken apart 10 different brakes, let's put them back together. But before I do, I need to try and get this off. So the stud that goes into that suspension fork this bike came with, threaded out with the brake that was on there. That should have done the trick. So that's kind of a bummer, but that's life, I guess. We will make it work nonetheless. All right, well, I reckon this is the direction we're going. Polished brakes. That's going to be okay. I might have actually a polished rear. Would have been the easiest direction to go with this. Set of polished for the rear. Or we can go black and polished. Let's just do that. Kind of does look sick with the polished fork up front or the polished bars up front. Let's go that direction. It's always the things that you think are going to be the easiest end up providing the biggest challenge. Funny how that works. That's okay. That'll do it. Okay. Back off to the races. Now I'm going to steal this hanger cable from this other bike real quick. I'll be right back. Where is... Yes, okay. Now we're ready to go. Finna be cooking with gas. Got a hanger cable. Okay. That looks roughly where we're going to want to be. Now it's time to start running cables. I'm going to go wash my hands because they're gross. And these are white cables. Yeah, I think he is going to be stoked. I'm a little bummed about the front brake situation, but it sucks that he held on to that front brake for 30 some years only to find out that there wasn't that it was missing the spring. Maybe that's why they replaced it. Who knows? But I don't think it looks bad with the black in the back and then chrome up front, given the fact that we have the chrome bars. Okay, let me adjust this pad real quick because that's really gonna not sit well with me. Okay, get this pad nice and oriented. I guess because it's a different fork, the pads just need to be readjusted. Okay, let's do some brake stuff. And then we're just about done with this one. Then we've got to move on to a tandem. Yeehaw. I think I might loop this up and over. Give it a nice little look. All right, y'all, we're getting close. Pretty stoked to see this one be done. Hasn't gone easy. From the free hub debacle that we got sorted to the brakes that just derailed us by like 30 minutes. I like that. The up and over. Might trim that cable just a little bit though. Alrighty. Let's make some moves. Let's make some brakes actuate. Yeah, I like that. I really like that. Yeah, I think the cable up and over definitely is the choice move here. Pretty fun. Pretty fun. Okay, we need our cable hanger. The headset's nice and greased now. Just spins. Okay, let's see about where we're at. Still learning the nuance of cantilever brakes. Seems about right there. So the only thing left to do is see if it is right. What are you guys thinking about this build so far? How are we feeling? Love it? Hate it? In the middle? Feels like that gets the job done right there. Heck yeah, thank you. I'm always like on the fence until I step back and look at them. I'm like, does this look how I wanted it to look in my head? So far, the answer is yes. Okay, a couple little pad adjustments to do. And then we're just about done. I'll take a clean build. Thank you guys for the love. Pretty stoked to get this one in back into the owner's hands tomorrow, and then he can give it to his wife. Okay. Let's go on to the back brake. How does this frame run on? Goes through the frame. Okay. Let's check it out. Anybody have big weekend plans? Let me know. I'm always curious what people are doing on the weekends. I mean, hopefully riding bikes, but anything out of the ordinary for y'all? I have plans, like I mentioned, I'm going up to the mountains high country ride tomorrow. No plans for Saturday. Well, no plans that are fun, anyways. We have to finish filing business taxes for last year. The deadline, we got an extension, but the deadline is quickly sneaking up on us, so we need to get on that. So that might be our Sunday. But if not, we're riding bikes somewhere. Well, we'll probably ride bikes somewhere regardless, but okay, let's just double check our length. I think that should do us. I think we can route in from here. Might be able to. Feels like that'll kink. So, yeah. Okay, we're going in from the other side. Heck yeah, dude. That's the dream, is to get some chickens going. Chickens and the kiddos, that's a good combo. They're probably having a blast. We talk about having property someday where we can have all of the above, and so you're living the dream out there, dude. Okay. Sup? Hey. No. My cable end. We're about there, guys. We're about there. Thanks for tackling this one with me. It's always helpful to have some homies hanging while you're wrenching. No better way to work on stuff, in my opinion, than to be hanging out with the homies. Okay. Ooh, the family ride is a move. Mm. That is a tasty LaCroix. Okay. See how they got this junk all set up. Okay. Let's see. This type of hanger is not my favorite thing, admittedly. Okay, let's see if this does the trick. I've been getting pretty efficient at these cantilever brakes now that I'm like starting to try and learn how to set them up and not just taking them off and putting V brakes, but we'll see if that remains true here. I might just have fallen in love with this style of hanger that's on this bike though. Oh, sorry to hear you're sick, dude. That's the freaking worst. I'm glad that this is helping you get by though. Definitely want to do more stuff like this. I love wrenching for one, but like getting to like hang out and chat is always fun. So all right. Well, I will say we've got a great success. I just got to adjust these pads, but I think we've got good lever feel. That's the thing with cantilever stuff that always is hard for me is like understanding that you're kind of compromising like the lever feel for good braking. It's just kind of part of it. Okay. Have we done it? Still a little rubbing. We're getting there.
We're almost there. We are almost there. Actually, I would say that that's there. Let's adjust this side to match. These pads are so hard to set up. You guys are probably watching me like, this guy does not know what he's doing. And you're right, I do not. Especially with cantilevers. But I think we have found some success here. Great success. I'm going to give this just a little more pull here. Otherwise, I think we're pretty well wrapped up on brakes. We'll get the derailleur cable pulled through, all that stuff buttoned up, and we'll be stoked. Brakes feel pretty equal. They're snappy, they're grabby, all the things you want. Now, we move on to derailleur. Goes there. Okay. Yop it up. Yeah, I hear you. Not being able to go work on your own stuff, not fun. Especially when you know, like, how good it's going to feel to get it done. Nothing's worse than being sick, man. That makes me feel like such a freaking baby every time. But it's always also nice to just, like, chill out for a day or two. Feels good to be wrapping this one up. Feels daunting to be thinking about all the other stuff I still have to do today. That's okay. The good news is it'll get done when it gets done. Okay. Get this derailleur set up. I think so. I think she's going to be a fan of this one. I can't wait. Hopefully she's there tomorrow when I show up to go for our bike ride so we can see what she thinks. I don't even know if she knows that it's coming, which is even more fun. Here's a pro tip. Always make sure when you're setting up your derailleurs that you're in the lowest gear on the shifter. Because if not, you're going to be having a real bad time trying to get that set up. Usually stuff comes in the lowest gear, but not always. Okay. It pedals. Oh, I should probably. I don't know where these levers are going to want to live, but we're going to say there for now. When it shifts through the entire range the first time, that's a good time. Real big fan of that happening. Okay, we'll set the B tension. Boom. Chain line looks really good. Let's go through and just make sure that our bolts are tight, or that our brake lines are tight. That one is. That one is. That one is. That one is. What do you think?
Is it done?
Just about, yeah. You want to ride it? Show the people what it rides like? Grab a microphone. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Let me cut the cables first. But there's microphones in that little pouch thing. Clip that on you, why don't you? You need to get first reactions as somebody who fits on this bike. Because it ain't me. So what's your credential here? You have one of these.
I have one. I have the same bars.
Well, you have a hard rock.
Uh-huh.
So you might like this better. You might need to end up being a Rockhopper gal.
You think?
It's possible. Okay, help me pick cable clip color.
Purple?
Do I have purple left? I guess I do. You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many do you need?
I need 3 more.
She needs some cute valve covers.
Go get us some valve covers.
Oh,
Oh. I see. Some fun ones, huh?
fun ones. That's the best part. Where are yours though?
They should be in that drawer that you just opened. Going purple on the valve stem covers too. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna wheel this thing outside, guys. Actually, let's wipe it down real quick. Let's not get ahead of ourselves because we're excited to see it go down the street. Let's do the right thing and wipe it down. Polish it up. And then you're gonna take it for a spin. Tell us how it goes.
Okay.
It's a good color.
It's so pretty.
Can you step to your right a little bit? That's your left, but all the same. Yeah, this is a pretty sweet build. My formula is paying off. I was kind of bummed about the brakes not being like the same, because it didn't have the spring with it. But I kind of like it.
Oh, I see.
What do you think?
I like it.
All right. Wax on, wax off. The best stuff to shine up your bike. Some bike lust. Makes a bike look brand new. It really does look dang near brand new, considering he rode it as hard as he did. I'm a little jealous that you get the first ride.
You can ride it first.
It's too small for me. Yup. She's shining. Okay, let's get these levers adjusted appropriately for you. I love that he has this freaking rock shock post on here. Okay, coming out of the stand. It's as low as it can go. Okay, let's see. Can you hold the bike for 1 sec? Oh, never mind. What do you think about that brake lever position?
It's good.
Feels good to you? Okay. Okay. Does that feel about the same? Height-wise?
This one needs to go down a little bit. There.
Okay. This thing is tiny. I don't know how he rode it. Okay, we're just gonna check the stem or the headset real quick. Should be tight. And then it's bike ride time. Cool. As I fall over. All right, guys. Inaugural ride is about to be underway. Do the honors. Make your way through the maze of bicycles.
I don't know which way to go.
All right, first, before you take off on it, roll it out here. Let's get a good look at it. Yes. It's a good looking rig. All right.
Pretty. Hey. It's so nice.
What are we thinking?
It's a good ride.
Does it stop?
Yep.
Stops. It goes.
Stops. It goes. It's really cute. Nice and smooth.
It's ready to rip.
Yep. It's a good one.
All right. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Now, we got a tandem to work on.
Oh my goodness.
You hold this for a sec. That's pretty sweet. All right. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Wait here. The next project is here. The question is like, how do you put this in a stand?
I don't think you can. That feels like it's gonna topple over. I mean, you don't have to do anything crazy to it, right?
Nothing too crazy, no. Oh my gosh. The key is balance.
So what are you doing to it?
Okay, we are going new cables. You guys can see there's like a mixed match of cables on the bike right now. We're going yellow cables, going yellow pedals, yellow bottle cages, yellow seats. I'm getting rid of the Long Johnson stem. We're shortening that bad boy up and doing some Velo Orange clunker bars. So this is our setup that we're going to on it. So significantly shorter, way more cruisy. Right now I have these, I don't even know what those are called. They're like the cruiser flip bar thingies. I've got those on there to like make up for some of the uncomfortableness of that super long stem.
Do you just have this sitting in here?
Yeah. Now, the thing with this tandem is going to be Perfect. That's great right there. Thank you. The tricky part about the Tandem is going to be I don't have extra cabling in case I make a mistake. You know what I mean? So that's a problem. I have a front brake cable I could swap out, but the back one is like 10 miles long, and I don't have one of those. So I need to be very careful about doing the cabling.
You're just doing the covers, yeah? Or
Yeah.
all of it?
I don't have more of this.
Oh,
See how long it is?
yeah.
I don't have that. So, what is the easiest starting place on this? I don't really know.
Pedals.
Probably pedals.
Throttle cage.
The hard part about the Tandem is it's not hard. It just sucks that you have to have two of everything. It makes it expensive. 2 sets of pedals, 2 bottle cages, 2 bells. We didn't need 2 bells, but I got 2 bells. So last weekend here in Longmont, there was an event. It's called Cruise Night, and it's exactly what it sounds like. A bunch of cars get together and cruise. And we had a Volkswagen meet here and picked up some bomb pops. So Cheyenne's been tearing into the bomb pops this week.
Good. So do you.
I have been getting into them. You take your microphone off?
Yeah.
If you hear me responding to anybody, it's probably Cheyenne, but you can't hear her. Okay. Pedals off. So funny enough, we got this bike 2 weeks ago now, I think. And we got it like right around the same time as our 7-year wedding anniversary. And these bikes are notoriously dubbed divorce bikes. So I just thought it was funny we were getting it like on a wedding anniversary. And I definitely understand why people call them that. I definitely understand. Because if you are not communicating on one of these, having a bad time, I can tell you that much. You got to like really talk about when you're pedaling, when you're not pedaling, all that fun stuff. Got a bunch of extra pedals, some throwaway pedals. All right, keep these nice little jaunts that we're putting on there. Should be pretty nice. Should do the trick. Actually, I think these are the same. Nope, they're not. I was gonna say same brand as what we just put on that other bike, but they came packaged the same, so probably came from the same factory. This Tandem I've been looking for years now, and I had the opportunity to buy one a few times, but they were all just expensive and it didn't work out. Cheyenne wasn't that interested. And then we rode a friend's Tandem about a month ago. And she was like, "Ooh, that could be fun." So I started looking pretty aggressively again. And there was one actually in our area for sale, but it was like $600, which I wasn't, I would have spent that, but I wasn't too excited to spend that on a Tandem. Knowing what I know now, as much fun as we've already had on it, I would spend that, but we didn't have to. We found one in New Mexico. Can you turn that fan back over this direction? It's hot. I had a feeling that a splash of color would liven this bike up. Already looks nasty. I think that's what's so fun about doing these bike projects is it usually doesn't take much to like make it your own. The other thing I'm doing, so new bars up front, and then on the back they're bar tape, so I'm yellow bar taping them. That should be fun. The bar tape's always a fun little thing to do. But this bike, considering the fact that it's older than both Shine and I, is very clean. Sometimes I forget I can walk on the other side. All right, look at that. Just what we wanted to see. Let's do bottle cages next. Let's do all the easy things first. This came with Phillips heads? Nah, I don't think so. Should be a 4. I'm just realizing that this has another bottle cage in the back. Oh, it has. Wow. We could put 4 bottle cages on here if we wanted to. It's pretty neat. Really livening this one up. Not like we need to attract any more attention. People love seeing people on a tandem bike. I'll tell you what, it's kind of hilarious. Everywhere we go in town, you're getting people saying something. Come on. bolt holes are not in the most convenient of locations. Okay. We're going to switch up position. Go here with it. Kind of mirror the back. I like that vibe. And then I just took off another bike. It's like a little can holder for like a can of soda or beer, whatever you want to throw on here. I think I'm going to throw that here on this bike now. If I can remember where I put it. There it is. Another set of bottle cage bolts. I'm going to use a little ratchet on this. T900 or T100? This is not a Trek, it's actually a Fisher. But it's probably actually very similar to the Trek. I wouldn't be surprised if this was still pre-Trek in the Fisher era, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was made in the same place as what the Treks were in that day. Would not be surprised. Actually, you know what? That sticker's too cool to cover up. So we're going to put this in the back. See if that'll jive back here. Yeah, this was, I think, the year before Trek bought Fisher is when this one came out. Ow. Yes, what do you need help with? Yeah, give me 1 second. Here's your liquid death carrier, so we don't have to put it in a koozie anymore. Okay. Yeah, the Fisher brand made another one of these I think it was the Monterre Tandem. And that one is what I would have really liked to have found, but that is a very expensive bike now. So, dude, this thing's coming together.
It's way better.
It looks so much better. It's crazy what a little splash of color will do. All right, let's grab your table. I'll be right back, guys. Is this all you needed? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're back, and I need another LaCroix. I'm a thirsty boy, a LaCroix boy. That's tasty. Oh yeah, I did do tires for this too. Some freaking Maxxis hookworms, baby. Why does this one look like there's two hookworms? Did I win the tire lottery? No way. That's sick. Huh. That's really cool. Okay, well, I guess we have an extra hookworm. I'll take it. Oh. Balance is not being achieved right now. That's a little bit better. Okay. Some fresh llantas on here. Yeah, these thin guys just were not cutting it for us. I don't know what size these are, but they ain't it. I can tell you that much. So we're going 2.5 with it. Now the one thing is, I think we're gonna need tubes. And I don't have any Presta tubes of this size. And I'm scared to go fat with this tube. I think it'll blow up. You need help again? Oh, you're just coming to spectate? Oh, it's already drilled out to Schrader. I won the tire lottery. They sent me 3 hookworms. It's my lucky day. One of my least favorite things I see on these bikes is when people don't do rim strips, they just electrical tape. And that's what's done on this. I'm not going to undo the electrical tape because then it's just sticky, but I will put a rim strip over the top of it for some double protection. Looks like that electrical tape has been in there for a long time. I don't know if you guys are nerds like me, but I always line up the valve stem with the logo. It's just the right thing to do in my opinion. But on these tires, they don't have logos on both sides. So I always face the logo to the drive side, which on this bike is kind of funny because it's kind of has two drive sides. But we're going to put it on the side that has the majority of the drivetrain. That should be a nice look. Okay. Should be proper logo positioning. We got the rim strip in the correct place. And now we're off to the races. It is hot in here. These tires alone are going to change the entire presence of the bike. Could have just done these and that would have really beefed up the look. It just looked kind of wimpy with those road style tires on there. It's not like we're like touring on this bike or anything, so. Some thick slicks will do the trick. Now let's hope my measuring was correct and that these fit. They should, though. This is a sick custom set of Mavic hoops with some, I think they're Sun Tour hubs. This bike is pretty special. Okay, time. That's okay. We're gonna have to take off the reflector, which is something was on my list anyways. Got real stressed out there for a sec. Okay, let's lock and load now. Cross your fingers. And we're good. Ooh, that's a good question. Cheyenne is over on the couch watching me build this bike, and she told me to ask you guys what you're doing for dinner tonight because we have no plans. We're open to anything. Should we go somewhere? Where should we go? Should we make something? What should we make? I was kind of thinking Texas Roadhouse, but that's just me, man. We're we're not super big like corporate restaurant people, but Texas Roadhouse has our heart. It's just so good, consistent. And where else? You can't go to the store and buy the stuff to make a dinner like that. You just can't. For less than what you're going to pay to go to Texas Roadhouse. And the one by us, anyways, they're always packed. The staff is very friendly. I don't know. Good value. But yeah, let us know what you guys are having for dinner. Give us some ideas. I am hungry. What time is it? 4:10. I know my phone's probably almost dead too. It's got to be close. Can you see when you're done doing whatever you're doing what my percentage is at? Hopefully we get some dinner suggestions or I'm going to starve to death, man. I have no idea. Can you slide down from the top? You slide up and close out real quick. Just pause the. Crap. Can you unhook that thing?
The AC.
Unhook the AC. Hurry. Straight ahead. Over there. Just take that whole setup, unplug it from the wall,